That last part was me saying, I'm checking my volume, good thing I check. Super cool. Alright. I'm gonna see what I can do about... Okay, I'm an educator. And I don't usually involve my students in what I'm doing, but there was talk recently about interest in watching me play games, so... We're also talking about kittens. Maybe I'll have to come back to that when I think about it. Why am I hearing something? Oh, weird. Oh, weird. I was capturing someone else's stream. Yikers. Okay. Well, that's all better. Okay. That probably was coming through, which is great fun. Where is my friggin' game? Yeah. Okay, I'm set. Although I do need my game. When I, Isn't that funny? Anytime I click off, my game goes away. I maybe need to play in windowed mode. I forget what I did when I was, playing Final Fantasy III, which was not long ago. Okay, well, I better start. Been a while. Oh, come on. I had this controller working, you jerks. Now I don't know if my controller's working, and I'm in a long cutscene, so that's super cool. Using this controller again. It's been great. I think I need to give it some kind of firmware update, because I've had trouble connecting it to consoles, which I know I've done in the past, so like something changed. This is my first time playing Pixel Remaster of Final Fantasy V. In fact, to date, the only Pixel Remaster I actually played was 3. And then since that, I did a playthrough of Final Fantasy II, but because I was playing it on a Mii Mini, I just played the advanced version, which I do like the advanced version of that game. I have plans for Final Fantasy 1. Legit plans. Legit. Yeah. I wrote, I wanted to check with my students that it would be cool to drop a stream link, because again, there was talk about it. I said, is it weird if I drop a stream link? Someone replied, only if you make it weird. So these are the types of people I'm dealing with. I mean, that's not actually very actionable information. I don't know. I don't see them dropping stream links, but I don't know if maybe that's because when you're in a Discord instance with people who do hold some kind of authority or influence, you want to be careful with what's visible to anyone. So it's a very controlled environment. The people running it do a really good job of that. Oh, the wind stopped, and yet the water is ripply. Oh, the wind was blowing and then just stopped. Really, the water would stay ripply for a little bit. So yeah, I thought that with the 4-job Fiesta having recently started, and I'll have lots of time to play, maybe not this week, but whatever, that this was as good a way to play the Pixel remaster as any. Interestingly, as well, it's been like 7 years since I did 4-job Fiesta, which is very unusual sounding to me. This is like a nice little thing you can do to play a game every year. I don't know why I haven't played it every year. I may have started another year when I think about it, which is strange. I don't like starting things and then dropping out, you know? Speaking of dropping out, my job, I went for Volcano Run. Because I'm like, I get so many wind jobs in all this classic crap with a Knight Thief, White Mage, Black Mage, that I was like, I don't want to use any of those. So I did the thing that would minimize the Wind Crystal jobs and went with Volcano. So it's late game jobs. I'm supposed to get more fire, more earth. A lot more earth. And while that's great, it means that my first job unlocked is actually Dragoon. Well, that's a fun looking thing. And I don't get Dragoon until like way, way later. Which means they did a good job adapting that, didn't they? Oh, I should probably get a screen capping thinger. That's the official name. Although, again, that's not going to work super well in full screen, so... This is so friggin' stupid. Oh my god. What have I done? Okay, something screwy has happened with my controller, without a doubt. Oh, it went. I disconnected it and reconnected it, and it was fine. Guess we'll set with that. I do like memory cursor, but it's not going to matter very much for a while. This is fun. Is it weird that I'm in the friggin' menu and I'm like, this is fun? I was thinking I was going to boost for a little bit. Like until after Gorilla. So I don't know if that's yucky. I feel a little yucky about it, but again, it's just gonna make the stupid parts less stupid. So there we go. There's a freelancer. So maybe I need to switch my full screen. Just to make my game stop disappearing. Oh, weird. There's no way to, like, change the window type in-game? Well, then let's do this. I just saved. Here we are. This is the content we come for, right? Like, jeez. Display settings. It literally looks identical. But the behavior's a little better, so we're happy. Basically, now I can take screenshots. There's no built-in screenshot feature as far as I know. Although maybe that's a thing in Steam that I have yet to master. There we go. We got a screenshot. Very exciting. Although that... Ooh, diagonal. Um, that shouldn't be so impressive having played 3 last October. Okay. You know, we're kind of zooming, like we got our run enabled, we got our boosts enabled. This might be on the quick side, and it's only a minor boost, but I don't want to grind. And with pure freelancers, you would have a tendency to grind before whatever that monster in the river is, and then oh, boy, is this person after retreat. Alright, this is the part where we get to name our character and hope it's not too stupid. Because I had a thing before where whatever version of the game I was playing... Oh, it was when I had to map the controller for the awful previous Steam version. And, oh, okay, cool. And I, like, accidentally had to name Bart's with an S because I was using... I had to map the WASD to the controller and literally pressing directions was typing letters. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I do remember it was stupid. Ugh, help me. A meteor fell on me. This fast movement in diagonals makes talking to Galuf a little harder. The meteor looks cool. Like, okay. It looks moderately cool, in consideration that this was originally a 16-bit game and that the sprites are closely based on 16-bit sprites. I think it's at least interesting that the meteor doesn't clash that badly. And it has a reasonable level of detail. Like, it's not just painted tiles. Which it sort of was originally. Godspeed and all that whatnot. Was she like it's funny that... Oh, I didn't remember this existing. You know what's funny? I bet I've missed this on previous playthroughs. Going too fast to realize what's going on. I'm not actually going fast. I should certify this is not a speedrun. This is so not a speedrun. This is the most chocobo we see in the game for a long time. And really, there's not that much later as well. It's funny, back in the Super Nintendo game, that kind of animation really did suggest what was happening, and now it feels weird. Yeah. Oh, so much panic. It's funny putting the boosts on early, because technically these couple fights before everyone else's joins are just a little more significant. I watched a rando recently. I could probably look up their name to be a bit more respectful, but whatever. Every so often I fall into like a challenge video on YouTube, and someone was playing the game with 0 experience and 0 ABP. I forget what version they were playing it on, but it must have been Pixel Remastered to disable ABP. That's a little interesting. It was funny seeing late game fights with characters with like 30 hit points. And Ferris always joins at level 2. And so it's like sometimes Ferris's like 20 hit point advantage actually mattered, which is absurd sounding. Let's get into the interesting... Actually, it's going to take a very long time to get to the interesting part, seeing as we have no classes unlocked. And even when we do unlock the classes, we won't be using them for a while. Everyone nod at the bird, yes. Oh boy, I got an achievement for that. I'm really gaming hardcore right now. Wait here until the world ends, bird. Yeah, the battle music can grow on you, but I really thought it was way worse than Final Fantasy IV and VI when I was first exposed to this game, which, you know, the timeline's unusual because we're talking about North American exposure to Japanese games in the 90s. So you gotta wonder, it's funny being aware of the effect that kind of the nostalgic value can have on you. And yet you can't just put it aside. I feel it, maybe it's just me. I honestly, and there is something I can distinguish there, is that Final Fantasy IV, I think, has the best battle music in the series. I do think it's better than 6. Playing 3 feels weird, because I'm like, that way they have that, how do you describe it in the music? I don't have the musical vocabulary to explain what I want to say here. But there's this jump that they do in the music in Final Fantasy III after the pick bass, and it goes do 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 do, and it feels really awkward. And it's like musically, it's stopping some momentum. I don't know. I find it awkward, and yet when I hear the music when I'm playing the game, it doesn't feel like terrible game battle music. I'm trying to pinpoint the age of this translation. I know people have already studied the version differences, but... Oh good, all the pirates are sleeping, yes. I just happen to have a significant disregard for my safety. What's the button do? Is that for, like, getting out of here? Whatever. I remember a fair bit about this game. I probably won't be able to identify the translation or anything. But I have to wonder, is this just based on the Advance era translation? The PlayStation one was weird. Where they spelled X-Death as X hyphen the word death. Which isn't way wrong or anything. But it doesn't lend it, like, later in the series, or in kind of a freaky alternate route the series goes down, they kind of refer to this character, or the idea of this character, as Exodus, right? And it's like, you can see how there could be different interpretation of X-Death, Exodus, whatever it is. I like that they made separate sprites for them roped up. It would make you think, we're going to get roped up a lot in this game, but you don't. But this game has a ton of sprites. A ton of sprites with intentionality, really. Because they have to make a basic sprite sheet for every character in every job. It's just a lot. When I think about it, it's like... Really, there are more sprites than this game in FF6, for example. But I don't know whether I can make that case. What about the landlubbers? So, like, I guess we should go to Tool and buy some weapons, seeing as we're going to be stuck as freelancers for quite a long time. Like, the swords are actually better. I find myself looking forward to not only unlocking more jobs, maybe obviously, but the part where you get the Drake for the first time, and you can fly back to Tycoon and get the what is it? The Ashura, the first katana you'll get access to, and it feels really good when you have a freelancer. It's like, finally, there is purpose in this. There are a couple bosses that could legitimately give us a pretty bad time. Probably the most noteworthy one is Garula. I'm gonna do like 2 or 3 battles to get some cash. Nice bonus. Bonus hat. So there's a way that battles work in this game where there's like a multiplier that adds into kind of most actions. And it's based on your level, because your core stats in this game are based on your job and not really changing. A little bit on your character, mostly on your job. So there are points where everyone naturally hits the multiplier point and you really start to notice a performance difference. And because we're stuck with early game jobs, there's not that much difference in that multiplier value. Consequently, if you want to trivialize the first 2 bosses, you want to get to, what is it, level 8? Not that you need to. You certainly don't need to. You don't need to grind at all in this game, really. But if you get that, whatever that point is, it's like level 7 or level 8 before you go into the Torna Canal. Is it called that? Is that... Maybe I'm mixing up words. But if you do that, you have that level of multiplier. Your damage goes up substantially. And that's one of the things that... Playing Pokemon. No, one of the things that ends up being a strat for the people who are forced to use thieves in the early game. And thieves, I mean, stealing is nice, and high speed is nice, but they just don't really have combat options that basically every early game job has. Lena's damage just went up substantially, so I don't know what happened there. Anyway. Grog. That guy's gonna order milk. That's the trope, right? There's a few items you can find lying around the town. Um, I don't need spells. Like, maybe I'll need the spells later. I guess I can buy them later. But I'll probably need a fairly good stock of potions. On account of not having other healing options. Unfortunately, I just spent probably a lot more money than I should have. So let's go somewhere useful, I say, with a question mark. Oh, you jerk shopkeeper. Alright. Yeah, I spent considerably more money than I should have. Whatever. It doesn't actually matter. Never played an FF game outside the MMO. There are 2 Final Fantasy MMOs. First JRPG style game was Clair Obscur. Now that's weird, because that was like this year, right? The whole genre for you to explore now. Yeah, unfortunately it's a genre where everything you buy, especially in modern times, ends up costing friggin' a lot. What have I done to my money? Oh. Just came out about a month ago. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess I'm a little stuck on money at the moment. I might find some in a bush or something in town. Yeah, the JRPG genre, it's just so big. And it's a lot of these older games, if you got a little bit of gamer intuition or you're playing the modern versions that speed things up a little bit, they can be like a 20-hour sync for a new person. But there was a point where, probably around the time of the PlayStation 1, game companies came to realize the benefit of storage media was we can make bigger games. And it was weird. You could say it wasn't about the game quality, unless you think the amount of content equates to quality somehow. I don't know. 150? Yeah, okay. So we can't buy another sword. Let's just not, I guess. Dethroned your previous game. Yeah. I don't have hardware for good games. Although, I happened to get a Switch 2 last week. I know that that's not ultimate gaming hardware, and I know that's, it's not going to matter a ton. But, like, graphics cards by name have never been an institution to me. There probably was a time where I cared a little in the early days of designated graphics cards, but, like, they're pretty meaningless to me. And the boom a couple years ago was also a bit of a turnoff. I don't know if you would even call it a boom. It might have been better called a bust, frankly. I've always had rather modest computers. I've never had a beast machine sitting on my desk. So, beast machine. That's one of those Transformers shows. Surely that's what we were talking about. Yeah, sure, okay. I think that if Clair Obscur grabbed you, and you're like, there's a whole genre for me now, probably this isn't going to be what you're going to want to play. People often debate with these old series, what's the place to start, And I remember having this thought probably around the time I met my wife, and I'm like, do you want to share in a hobby of mine? What could I do to introduce you to it? And I was like, I think the right Final Fantasy game to start with is Final Fantasy X, because the characters are a bit more developed, and they got voices, and you don't have to read very much or think very hard, which just sounds cruel and terrible, but I promise I like my wife. I don't know how to further justify that sentence, apparently. When I replayed Final Fantasy X, I just had these moments like, I don't think she's actually gonna like this. I don't know. My wife and I do not... we don't share like a single hobby But there are lots of like shows we watch together and enjoy. Again, early in our like courtship, there was a bit of honestly, I feel like I've talked to you about this before. The thing where my wife said, I want you to watch Buffy and Angel, and I said I will only watch Buffy and Angel on condition that you watch Avatar: The Last Airbender. And that's how we ended up watching a bunch of great shows. Yeah, okay. A lower barrier to entry allows you to enjoy the game. Yeah. 2 seasons of Buffy and couldn't keep going. Was that recent? I gotta wonder if it could be like a how it aged thing. At the time, we were watching on DVDs. There wasn't really HD or anything. There's also, to some extent nowadays, the Joss Whedon factor, you know? All the things that we might have said, hey, that's great for, we now take with an additional grain of salt, so. 2 years ago. I remember you saying that you sort of watched Avatar. You watched Avatar by proxy, which is a funny phenomenon. I feel like I'm getting incredible item drops. This isn't how this game is supposed to work. You can actually walk through a wall back there, but I'm not rushing. Gus made your favorite show. Yeah, you were talking about the virtues of Firefly recently. Yeah, I saw someone on like Imgur did one of those Firefly meme dumps recently, and I was thinking of things you had been saying. I liked Firefly a lot. I like Serenity a lot. I've only watched each once. The music here is funny. The little vocal track in the background. And I say that because this is a version of the game I've never played before. And I'm making it look pretty stupid right now. Okay, so this is one of those bosses where he goes into a guard mode that you have to not attack him. But given my level is where it is and my equips are where they are, I might be able to beat him before he even does that. Yeah. Stupid. Lower barrier to entry. That's where you're talking about, like, the... When I said that the game was hard to think about. I don't know. There's a level of abstraction with these older ones that I just don't think she'd be into, which is funny. And it's not even the fantasy content or storylines. I used to think that games with rich storylines were just amazing. Very rarely does a game's storyline grab me. Almost never nowadays. Like, when I was a teenager, I thought game storylines were great. And when I watch them now, I'm like, this is friggin' campy and dorky. And I think that about almost everything. Like, I really liked Xenoblade 1 and 3, but it was considerably more about the... It's really weird. More about the setting than the story. The premise of Xenoblade 3 was cool. I think I don't actually have to complain about the Xenoblade 3 story. I don't know. One of the last games that I streamed, I did one of these dumb novelty playthroughs of, was Valkyrie Profile. And as a teenager, I thought Valkyrie Profile was so profound and amazing. And maybe I just thought that because basically every character dies in a gruesome manner, and that's all edgy or something. I don't know. I thought it was amazing when I was younger. And rewatching it, it's like, this is pretty iffy. I don't know if anyone could really get behind the details of the story. The story, voice acting, anguish, and triumphs. Yeah. There's good anguish and triumphs in the Xenoblade series. There was a scene in Xenoblade 3, a couple, but one in particular, that I thought, like, wow, that was some cinematic, an impactful cutscene. I was like, this is one of those things that people are going to say this made the game. And I think I was right. It was cool. It was super cool. It was a series of scenes that kind of had a couple of climaxes in it. There was like a really big emotional scene, and then kind of the payoff to that scene was also really cool. So, I mean, it happens. This game, I don't think anyone plays for the story. Final Fantasy V. It's much more mechanics oriented. People like this game for the mechanics. And I haven't got to that point. I'm not going to for a while by the nature of this as a charity thing. Yeah. So this is loosely a charity playthrough. It's benefiting the 4-Job Fiesta, which right now is going to... I think it's Palestine Children's Relief. And... because of that, I'm playing with limited jobs longer than one normally would. And that means I have very few combat options. And that's a little on the dry side. Hello there. No. Okay, we're gonna get a heal, save outside the canal just in case, but I don't think that's gonna be a big thing. Actually, maybe I should go buy some more potions. I will also say I probably was a huge JRPG snob as a teenager. I was like, look at me, I read. I play intellectual games while you people all just shoot each other or blow each other up. Which is funny, because I still kind of like shooting games and... Like, I played a lot of Tekken as an older teenager, but as a youth, I still enjoyed Mortal Kombat. I think I have to go here. I would say there are Final Fantasy games with compelling stories. I used to find 7 pretty great. At times it is, but when you talk about it in an as reductive as possible way, it does start to sound dumb. For example, for basically the entire first disc, which is half of the story, you follow Sephiroth around the entire world. There are little kind of vignettes of content along the way, but you're kind of just following a guy through the places he goes because there's kind of one circuitous route through the entire world. And then when you see the kind of emotional climax of kind of restoring Cloud's personality after his accident, the journey through the mind stuff is just I don't love the way you play it, and the revelations are confusing. Like, they don't answer all the questions. I don't know. Now that I have a Switch 2, I'm kind of excited for Final Fantasy VII Remake. Which, you know, I'm a couple years behind on that. That's because I don't have any good gaming hardware. And I'm okay with passable. Oh, I should play the piano just in case. That probably sounds weird, but... I didn't actually want to leave. I just kind of walked to the front and then realized I wanted to probably stock a few more potions since I won't have any other healing options for a million years. They may even end up being useful against the undead enemies, but I kind of doubt it. With the boosts on, nothing's going to be hard. But I should play the piano. I've got to play the piano. Do I have to watch the show to play the piano? Creeper in the bottom right corner. There is a fair chance I'm going to get barred later on, so playing the piano may actually be really important. I really liked the last time I played Final Fantasy V with a bard. It would be neat if the way Lena described things happening to elemental forces was like literally the text from Final Fantasy I's introduction. That'd be... I'm painting now serious references into a roughly 30-year-old game. Now I'm considering 30-year-old. What's the date on that? This is a little over 30 years old, isn't it? Yeah. Right here, give it a save. I learned that there is a trick where you can fight enemies here that are just a little stronger, good to level up on. Does it matter for me? I don't know. Probably not. How much do I care? We'll do one more. Since we have so many fantastical combat options right now. Level 7. I don't actually know when the M point kicks in. It's somewhere between 6 and 8. I don't know. I might have got it. I might not have. In fact, I'm pretty sure I didn't. Because if I had... whichever two characters were the highest level would have... Bartz and Ferris, I guess? Would have been doing more damage there. So, like, it would have been a little noticeable. This game had arguably less detailed sprites than Final Fantasy IV, I would say. But it was interesting that I found the backgrounds way more detailed than Final Fantasy IV. This auto battle thing is awesome. It would be kind of nice to creep into the next level before the boss, which is imminent. I think that skinny part there is probably where the next cutscene happens. These fights are dumb. Come on. One more little level. Not that I'm really scared, but... I think this is one of those bosses that uses tail screw, which kind of automatically reduces a character to low hit point. I would like one more. I mean, having Bart's at a higher level is nice, but more than one character would be an asset. Let's watch his damage. It's not much better. Okay. Super cool. Whatever. This level is high for the area, so if you would call that over-prepared. So, since we have no combat options, we're going to auto-battle the second boss in the game. We may need to stop to throw a potion, but... yeah, it's probably meritorious. Oh, okay. Super. Well, these are the fruits of the over-preparing tree, as they say. Here's where we wish we had a fast-forward button, because there's this cutscene that's supposed to be really sad, and kind of is really sad, but looks comical in these stylized graphics. And then a short scene of the ship literally adrift. This is a lot better than the previous Steam version of this game. Oh my god, that version of the game was trash. That was another thing that was really weird in the PlayStation version, was that they named Sildra Hydra. Which isn't absurd or anything, but it is clearly not a Hydra. I guess you could say the same thing about human names, because every so often you meet a person named Archer. or Hunter or Cooper. And when I meet someone named Cooper and they don't make barrels, I can't help but think they're a total fraud. My wife thought it would be interesting. I think it was Archer she liked as a name, and we know a couple people named Archer, and I just think it's funny. Like, what if they're completely uncoordinated? And I am, by the way. Like, our kids were statistically likely to have a negative dex score, not negative dex bonus penalty, whatever you call it. This is our own ship. How come I can't get in that door? That's how we rest, on the stools. Yeah, names that are professions are funny. So, I mean, you don't call a dragon Hydra unless it's got the heads to show for it, right? Oh, no. That's not what I wanted. Oh, auto battle uses their last command. I'm new here. These are going to be longer fights. There's even some enemies here that are sort of worth a little grind. Later on, you get access to the ninja class, which I may or may not have access to. And they can throw elemental scrolls for significant area damage. And there's enemies here that drop scrolls, but they're typically rather rare to drop. Although who knows how the drop chances have changed, because it sure felt like I was getting a lot of drops in the Wind Shrine. I got a bunch of shoes and hats. Could open a boutique. That was the plan anyway. I was going to open a boutique. Thought I should have a boutique, and that way I could meet people's clothing needs. And everyone would be really grateful for my boutique. There's a spot around here where you see a map on a table and you can grab the map and it becomes your world map for the rest of the game. It's funny for someone who has just played their JRPG to have joined, and then, I show them this, and there's only one combat option. Like, it looks like trash, doesn't it? Come on, Final Fantasy V, let's make a better impression here. What we need, since I'm in volcano mode, is the rare chance that I get a water job off the water crystal. And hope that it's not summoner. I don't know. Summoning is great. But the possibility of having my only class be summoner for a long time doesn't sound super fun. Why can't I go any... Oh, that's a... Oh. Graphics. That skull box had money in it. Poison money? That might have been sort of lucky. These guys hit hard. At the moment. Like, I mean, this isn't dangerous because of that. We had already taken out one of them. This whole room was just for that? Okay. That actually didn't hurt that much. That is, I've gotten more than one elixir drop. Madness. The chest that's on the map on the right here is an interesting one, because you can get it from either side, but if you go right, it blocks you from going north. It's almost like it's a lesson in, hey, you can open chests from the side. Oh, no, you can't get through. Okay, I'm just a doofus. I just thought it was funny because not distantly before this game, there was Link to the Past, The Legend of Zelda Link to the Past, where you can only open a treasure chest from the front. Ends up being kind of funny with the way Breath of the Wild works. And by that, Breath of the Wild, it's a little bit subtle. It might not be known by everyone who's even played it, that depending how you open treasure chests, Link animates differently. Like if you open them from the front or the side or the back or on an angle, he acts a little different in a couple places. I might be overstating that. But what's funny is there are different ones. Like if you open a chest from the back while you're not wearing pants, Link like kicks it and stubs his toe visibly. You know, maybe you don't need to get the world map that I was talking about on the table. Like, I already had a map that I opened with the Y button accidentally a couple times, so... Level 9, probably pretty good for this point in the game. Probably excessive is what I mean by that. And that's what we want. We want excess. There's a place here you can grab a flail that's a little interesting. It's got some kind of defense property or something, right? Like defense piercing? I don't remember. I don't remember if it'll be useful to this team or not. Is it across these rocky things that are... They look like turtle shells to me. They've always looked like turtle shells. But I don't see why there would be turtle shells floating in the ship graveyard. As a person who has observed turtles today, I can tell you some things about turtle habitat. They like the side of the road. When I saw the turtle in the distance, and I mean, turtles, it's somewhat well known, they are not incredibly fast. I was worried that it was a turtle that had already been run over. But it wasn't. It was just really grouchy looking at the side of the road. And then I saw baby raccoons. My dogs had already been aware of them and pulled a little, but I never really know what the dogs are reacting to, so I kind of just thought they were making noise, as one does. 10,000. Holy. Is this the flail? Oh no, this is this thing. Opening that chest caused a large part of the ship to bubble to the surface. I think that's the way forward, so I might trace back a little. Make sure I'm not missing something in here. What rich combat. There's the map. Hooray. Yeah, the Xenoblade series has really fun combat, but it is funny that overwhelmingly, except in like really niche build scenarios, your stats and general preparation don't matter a ton. I guess that's not true in Xenoblade 3, but in Xenoblade 1 there's this tension mechanic that makes the overwhelming majority of any observable difference in your combat effectiveness comes from how you control tension. And you don't have that much control over tension. Like, if you're way under-leveled, you're going to get whooped. And if you're way over-leveled, you're going to whoop. And there's not really two ways about it. It's still very fun to play. You still feel in control. It sort of is just a feeling, though. Getting a lot of daggers. I once had a reason to collect a lot of daggers here. I seem to have skipped the flail entirely, and you know what? I'm just at peace with that. I don't expect it matters for me, but I may regret that later depending on what my water job is. I don't actually remember when I get access to Dragoon. I think it's fire? You got your souls back. Huzzah. I like the idea of victory music playing in that scenario. Given my party configuration, there's a chance I'm just gonna wallop her even before transformation. No? Okay. I think this is the easier form. Oh no, it's got high defense. Oof. Do I care? I think I care enough. Can you turn back into a different person now? There we go. Now sword time. Oh no. Screenshot time. What a gorgeous screenshot that was. That's the third boss. Really, it's the first one I think that can actually be hard. Bronze armor. That'll be useful, but we'll see what the next town holds. Okay, this is the part where we need a windbreak. So this town, I think, is an optional town. There's a goodie in a chest over here, though. No, box. Go down here and you get an ice rod, frost rod. There's no wind. Go to a dragon on a mountain. Piano. Gotta play piano. Yeah, the frost rod can be useful. Here's our plot device. I don't know if you actually need to do this before you go to the mountain. Again, I thought this town was optional. Maybe it's not. This is also a nice place for some equipment upgrades, I think. Don't need any magic, certainly. Don't need those. May as well. Because we can. So who do I want my fast characters to be? How about Lena and Ferris? Which I don't know. Maybe there's a stereotype that I've done there. It's not my intent. That's pretty good. I almost certainly need a few antidotes. Oh, that's an interesting flourish in the music. I spent all my money. That might end up being foolish. We'll see. The reason that would end up being foolish is once I actually get a job enabled, which may be soon, I hope, there's a chance I'm going to need to buy a bunch of magic and a bunch of equipment. Oopsies, that was almost a big whoopsie. Oh, that's a big damage difference. Holy moly. That was probably level 10, I hit the M thing. And you can kind of tell because Lena's hit points are a little lower. Maybe that's just her stamina difference. It seemed like she did less damage with her sword, but maybe I'm wrong. Cats that you use for casting float. Slightly evasive cats. Evidently. As far as I know, those cats have always been named that, and the only meaning I can think of with Gaelic is like literally, like, you know, related to like Celtic origin or whatever it is. I wonder if they have some kind of, well, I guess the Kate Sith, or however you're supposed to properly pronounce that, is a Gaelic thing. There's a kind of minor boss in the near future who, depending how you approach it, you can skip a second phase in a way that is pleasing. Hoping for that. Then again, you know, if you're the kind of person who wants to fill out the game's bestiary, you want to fight both elements of the boss. This is so repetitive. There was talk about Buffy, and there was talk about getting through 2 seasons of Buffy. I remember season 1 being kind of bad. It really hadn't grabbed me in season 1. I remember season 2 being kind of okay when I think back of the gist of season 2. Season 3 was really good, and then season 4, I think a lot of people consider it worst. I would say 1 is worse than 4. But I think giving up after 2 seasons of Buffy is a little on the sad side. Here's the boss. Although there's one of these big cutscene things before it. Because the game does a lot of this. Little scenes. Vignettes, you might say. Obtain Mithril Helm, actually? I didn't remember that. Foul-complexioned scofflaw. That joins the rank of the weird things that the Valkyrie says in Valkyrie Profile, where I'm like, that should be an insult I use. Unclean thing. She only has like 600 hit points. Oh, okay. I didn't manage. If you use the Frost Rod as a spellcasting item, I'm gonna try and take out Magissa first anyway. I did. Is this the guy from Motorsport? Hey, Mario Kart World is fun. I didn't expect to like it as much or consider it as different from previous games as much. I do think I'm going to get sick of it pretty quick. But the way you drive around between the tracks, I think, is really cool. It's fun. And really, when you've got all the routes between different tracks, no matter the number of tracks, and there are a lot, it feels like there's a lot of different ways to race. And there are. I think that there's no reasonable argument that you could say This game doesn't have enough racing content in it. Good. We got a whip and a power drink. That's interesting. Da-da-da-da. I don't think there's a whole lot left to this dungeon. Oh, there's nothing left. I feel a little stupid now. And I healed her poison, oh my god. Sure is lighthearted compared to Final Fantasy IV. Which is cool. Can't fly over mountains, but you can fly over water. And this is your opportunity to go all the way back to Tycoon if you want. I feel like I may as well. Looking at the mini-map, that's actually really useful. There's some prizes here. I think you have to sit through a party, though. Yeah, I think you have to do the party. Oh, the party's later. This is just a scene where, like, Lena sneaks out or something, right? That's also the party. Okay, never mind. I'm thinking of something way later in the game. This is the moving JRPG story we were talking about earlier. It is cool for what it is. I don't think there's anything... Oh, there's... I'll check the rooms, Oh. But, like, I think there might be some minor goodies here. The real stuff's in the treasure room. Does this just take you up to the tower where the intro cutscene takes place? I think it does. I think it's... Oh. Hey, goodies. Not very many goodies. But, who's complaining? Right? This goes outside, and then... Let's get out of here. Here's a fun fact from the relics of the internet of the age when home internet access was not common and very few Westerners had heard of Final Fantasy V. Not my earliest memory in that regard. But there was a thing where people would distribute MIDI files of game music, because of course we did, big game nerds. Oh, there's lots of stuff here. Okay. When the MIDI files were being distributed, and we knew of Final Fantasy V, but we didn't really know the people and places. We'd never played it. Where did dude go? Oh, he's in the treasure room. Yeah. There were MIDI files. The one that I remember was this music, was called, this is interesting, Worus.mid. W-O-R-U-S. And what that is a mistranslation of waltz, as in the Waltz Kingdom. Okay, so now I could actually start using a character as a healer. The Diamond Bell is actually okay. I think it... Does it use magic power? I don't think it's the right thing for right now. Now everyone's got different weapons. This is exciting. Waltz. I didn't know what Walrus was, but this is what it sounded like. Although in crappy 1994 MIDI technology, it was a little different. Still a nice song to listen to, honestly. Yeah, that katana is pretty useful. I don't know if it's some kind of big difference maker. Critical hits are uncommon in this game. The only things that really do critical hits are katanas and barehanded attacks. And barehanded attacks are not viable for characters that aren't decked out like monks. So, not only is it way stronger, but we have the possibility of critical hits. What'd she say? Gorilla doesn't want to talk to me. You have things we like? Not really. Oh, I just bought all that armor and it might have been dumb. Yeah, that was dumb. I don't think you want to keep the bell, Ferris. I think this is kinda better. Sure, whatever. As good as we're gonna get for now. How much does it really matter? It probably doesn't matter at all. How healed am I? Holy. Feels like it's been a while since I've fought anything. You know what I didn't do was... Oh, that was dumb. Oh my god. I'm a total noob here. I've ruined everything. Okay. I didn't look for treasure in here. And I think there might be a little thing. There's a thing where you can go down the waterfalls. I don't know if it matters. Is there treasure? There's a room here. This has surely got some goodies in it. Silver specks or something, right? Yeah. Isn't that awesome? I knew that. I am a master of this game. And then you get to do this. Whee! And I think that might be the only thing that matters, even the tiniest bit here. I can go get the Elven Mantle. I can just turn off encounters, right? Is it here? Oh. I guess, is this... That might be for later. As a part of that. This is where you go fight Shiva, but it doesn't make any sense for me to go fight Shiva, in part because I have literally nothing to gain from it. But this is fun. I can just ruin the game. There's the money I needed. I didn't need it after all. That was just bad purchasing on my part when I got that last round of gear. Okay, so the silver specs are sort of useful. The Elven Mantle is quite useful. And we had some stupid shoes or something taking up those spots, so we can upgrade that, and that's nice. It's not going to be some big difference, but... Ah! That's where I left my 490 gil. Besides that little bottom part, I don't think there's much to see in Walst Castle. Warus Castle. I've got a nasty sunburn on my legs. What's really strange is, over the last 6 weeks or so, and I think I talked about this a bit when I was playing Valkyrie Profile, I've done a lot of outdoor work. A lot. I was resurfacing a deck and adding features to it. And I was doing a lot of it during the dry days because there were so many friggin'... There was a lot of rain here lately. Or for a while, I should say. Honestly, the last little bit's been great. Move out! Check the king's bedroom. Doesn't look like there's anything here. I was spending so much time outside, and then like one afternoon, I spent a few hours in the sun and just got torched. And what was funny about that was I was wearing sunscreen. After all this time outside, not wearing sunscreen, I happened to like wear sunscreen, and that was the day I got burned. And I'm not okay with that. I'm going to write a letter complaining. I don't know. I could complain about the effectiveness of my sunscreen. What I have found is expired sunscreen doesn't do anything. Or I don't know. I don't know if you would say it exacerbates things, but this was non-expired sunscreen. There's something noteworthy about the guys that are called like Rickard Mage here that I don't remember. Oh, I still have encounters off. That was just meant to scam the enemies. I think. Oops, you do that. Okay. Yeah, Bart's is pretty strong now. Flame Rod. You know what? I think that's the noteworthy thing I was thinking of. I think it's the fact that they drop Flame Rods. Let's get more of those. What's going to happen when Galuf's on Autobat? Oh, did he just get stopped? Huh. Garula can be tough for a lot of early game parties when you don't have that many good combat options and whatever. Oh, Galuf, you dum-dum. Really, it's me who is the dum-dum, and I have no particular illusions about my dum-dumness, but... It is interesting to think that fire rods could matter. Okay, no fire rods there. I'm happy to get one, frankly. That's pretty good. Is this not the place where there's, like, binds you? I'm sure this enemy name is meant to be that it doesn't have a soul, but for some reason it really feels to me like it's saying not alone. Because of all my mastery of French. No, Galuf, you Bobo. That's what we say in my family. Family level vocabulary. Bobo. There's a little delay after the whip attack, and I think it's because it has a paralysis effect, but the paralysis effect I do not believe is happening. Okay. I would like to get the chests. Which I have forgotten how to get. And then save. Wow, that was strong. I guess that screen with the vines, I was able to just walk into the water. Oh, yeah. Silk robe. I don't think that's useful right now. Hey, if there's anything I've learned from video games, is that water perfectly breaks all falls. Especially in Xenoblade, actually. So, obviously this is unrealistic. Did I save again? I meant to save again. Did I save again? I may have saved again. Oops. Damn it. Do you see what I did? I killed the enemy. It didn't happen yet. There it goes. Yeah, so each of these vines goes somewhere. I would much rather that happen than drain. You know what's funny is Final Fantasy XII, where, because the game is basically continuous, the single-player MMO thing, there's no victory music, so they force these cutscenes in. Oh, you get achievements for getting chests in this game. I know I skipped the flail earlier. I can't really be motivated by achievements, right? Okay, I think Gorilla's gonna be fine. And then I might turn off the boost anyway, because it's, I don't know. Feels weird. I think I need to... Oops. Potion up a little. Or a lot. But we learned that Gorilla is shy. There's a real damage. I think it only has like 800 hit points. But it goes, has like a berserk mode that it goes into once its hit points are below half, I think. This might be it, because that was several attacks consecutively. I don't know, it's not hurting us very much. This has historically sometimes been a little on the hard side, and certain jobs require gimmicks to win. While I'm a little probably over-leveled, surprising no one, I'm a little surprised by how well this is going. Definitely more than 800 hit points. I don't know, maybe I got that number from something dumb. Maybe I got that number from something dumb. That's the sentence. We got a high potion. Exciting. Oh, I get to do the thing now. I get to do my second job. Do the thing. My water job is... Berserker? Oh my goodness. Berserker. Now, Berserker is available now, which means I think until Dragoon's unlocked, which I don't think is a water job, I have to use 3 Berserkers and a Freelancer. That's a doozy. We don't want to have Berserker. For the reasons that you might think. They are Berserker. They're meant to be, like, so strong that you feel good about it, but in my experience, nobody is like, yay, Berserkers, except for people who want the challenge. Like, the 4 Berserker challenge for a long time was considered the kind of holy grail of playing this game in a weird way. But lots of people have done 4 Berserkers. In fact, that's been pretty normal for a few years now. It's kind of funny the way there's kind of like a... I guess I better screenshot this stupidity. There's in communities that do challenge gameplay, there's like a floor that the floor raises over time, related to challenges that people can do. Final Fantasy X, when it was new, people are like, can you beat Final Fantasy X without using the sphere grid at all? Which is basically like a 0-level game. And what was interesting was, that happened. People were amazed at the time that you could beat Final Fantasy X without the sphere grid. But then people were like, what about if you use no summons? What about if you use no overdrives? What if you use no items? And the floor kept changing. And people kept finding ways to beat the game with less and less and less. In a way that I think became pretty interesting. Although it was hard to follow. People made up acronyms for the different challenges. And then you ended up with challenges that had like 20 letters. That's probably pretty meaningless for people who aren't in that community, but I don't know how to explain that more effectively. They would say no sphere grid, so NSG, no overdrive, NO, no summon, NS, no encounters, which means you can't turn off encounters, NNE. And so you'd have these strings of letters together describing all the things that were banned from gameplay, which is funny. My very first streamed playthrough on Twitch ever was a ban random aspects of gameplay kind of community challenge for Final Fantasy 1. I don't know if I could have made an initialism to describe what the actual rules were. Anyway, it became such a mouthful. People started calling it alphabet soup challenges when people kept taking aspects of gameplay out of play in Final Fantasy X to make the challenge interesting. Anyway, 4 berserkers is one thing. If someone were really crazy in Final Fantasy V, they might do, no berserkers, no equipment, or something like that. 4 berserkers, no equipment. You don't generally want berserkers. But here we are. You know what we might do? Oh my god. We might do... Oh, that's a cute outfit. Absurd. That looks nice to me. We better go get them some stupid axes. Stupid axes for idiots. Oh my goodness. Okay, whatever. I still think Campogi is probably better for me than Iron Armor. Yeah, I think this is right. I mean, I wish it weren't happening this way, but if it has to happen, it's the right equipment for now. Maybe we should sleep? You know, Dragoon and Berserker are both really bad. They're terrible jobs, really. They're so boring. They got no AoE. No real combat options. They're terrible. I was kind of just realizing that. Hopefully one of the other two I eventually get will do something. That's special. That is so special that this happened this way. No, I am not going to go fight Shiva right now. This is going to make the boss before the Fire Crystal so hard. Oh. I've never had the delightful opportunity to do that, but I guess it's fine. Let's just go ahead and leave my boots on. Okay, now we gotta walk to Karnak. Auto battle does nothing for us now. Because Galuf is the only character whose actions I can control. And so I figure he'll just be there supporting these ridiculous berserkers who don't even attack frontline enemies because they're idiots. This battle is not set up especially well for us because my characters are in the back row because we've been attacked from behind. Honestly, this battle could have been demonstrating how strong these characters are, because they are considerably stronger than I had before, other than maybe that Ashura Katana. I don't know. It's not doing a very good job of it. The Berserkers have... I think it might be a property of axes. They have very bad aim, like a high miss chance. Oh my goodness, what a pile of trash. Whatever. Ah, Karnak. Yeah, they're pretty strong. Not enough to make this feel worthwhile. There's a trick at the next part of the game, and that is when you go into Karnak, you get arrested for a crime you didn't commit. And Galuf is affected by a status effect called Old right now that makes your stats gradually but fairly quickly drop. It's interesting. Is it actually affecting his hit points? Because that's freaky. No, that's just his bad hit points for being a freelancer. Okay. Sorry, when you go into town, you get arrested for a crime you didn't commit. They do it after you go into a shop and make your first purchase, if I recall correctly. And this is interesting because it means technically you can go into the shop and make exactly one purchase. For some reason, the first time you enter, and it is unexplained, the shops give you a substantial discount. So you get one discounted purchase, and then you get, for some reason, arrested. And what that means is you can kind of scam the game at this point. You can buy a whole bunch of things at a significant discount. I think it's enough that if you sell them back, you make profit. So some people grind money at this part. For me, I don't know if that makes any sense. For one thing, right now, I don't think I really need the money. Although maybe I ought to restock my potions. These fights are so friggin' slow because Berserkers. You know what else I can do? I can turn battle speed to very fast. Maybe that'll make a difference. Stupid. It's funny that Galuf got affected by that old status, because he's supposed to be like a really old man, like he's, I don't know, 60 or something. I know people older than 60, but fantasy worlds often don't. Unless they're like elves or something, in which case they're not old. I guess this feels extra slow as well, because there's so many enemies and thus so many enemy actions. I don't want to be here anymore. Alright, what am I doing? Does this make sense? Do I want to... Little hammer. Should I buy a ton of them and then sell them back? That is the question. Let's try it. Oh, it only lets me buy one. Isn't that funny? They kind of patched out a trick there. It was definitely a discount. Oh, horse feathers. We were asked to by this glowing thing. Was that tip that you need to be safe included in the original? That is unfamiliar to me. Oh yeah, all the random fire blocking the chest that you get to grab later. Seems like a good place to keep our fire. This is just where our fire goes, yeah. We put a little fire over here, thought it would brighten up the room. It does. They just don't care. Feels like there's more fire here than there was water in Waltz. I don't think you can grab a single thing here. There's kind of, if you don't know Final Fantasy V, a little bit of foreshadowing and everything happening here. When you see, oh, there's tons of stuff I can't get to. You probably kind of know what's going to happen. La, 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 la. Yeah, it's always been weird to me that you go into the fire ship and you come up in the castle. Like, that suggests they've tunneled from the ship into the castle. That's a weird tunnel to have. I'm no tunnel expert. I probably know more about tunnels than most people. but but I think calling myself a tunnel expert would be disingenuous. Oh my. Sure, whatever. Sure, whatever. We're going with it. Mithril armor. I don't know if I want that over the nice Kenpogi that I have, especially for those berserkers. Keep them light. But I could put a better piece of armor on Galuf. Especially while he's swinging the heal staff around. I don't really know what the right choice is. And I don't know if I should There. Alright, we're poor now. Yay. Yeah, this seems about right. Oh, except this part. I'll keep him in healing state. And I'll keep his mantle on, actually. That's better. Okay, we're good. We're probably okay on items. Definitely okay on magic. Is it really the right time to go to the fire ship, though? I don't know. There's not really anything else I can do. It would be, do I feel like I need random level ups because I have such a crappy team? And this is a crappy team. This thing's really big on the inside. I think it's funny that you can get into a bus and walk around. And it drives on the same road as a car that you cannot walk around in. Just sometimes things are way bigger on the inside than they seem. So yeah, you go in this ship and look how big it is. Pretty good music. This is an interesting arrangement. Here, like look how big this friggin' ship is. Here's where you fight crew dust. That's something that could have saved me some money. Whatever. La 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 la. La 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 la. These berserkers are idiots, man. Attacking the back row enemies. Oh, look at that. Little scrolling effect. When I think about that, they probably had that on the Super Nintendo, too. Super. It's one thing with that. It's a little bit hard to tell where the platform ends because there's no. Oops, that was a stupid part. A stupid thing to do on my part. That's how that sentence was meant to be configured. I think it's funny that I was making fun of the lack of combat options when I had only freelancers, and then it got worse. There was only one way it could have got worse, and then it did. I honestly didn't think Flash could miss. And given the nature of this dumb team full of dum-dums, I'm gonna do that. But Glyphs does not matter. Oh, that's fun. They really didn't ramp up the complexity of the animation for that, did they? The background looks nicer than it used to, but the actual enemy behaviors do not. This is mostly me reacting to Pixel Remaster at this point. And these things, still the one block at a time movement. I don't blame them for that, really. Back in the Super Nintendo era, we would have thought that was actually a pretty cool effect. I think. Crew Dust. They got the name right this time. That's nice. In one of the translations, they were Cool Dust, but these are Crew Dust, and that's because they look out for their crew. When they're alone, that's when they start casting Flash, which for certain teams, like maybe this one, is annoying. Oh, that looks way different than it did before. I kind of like the old version of that better. I probably am letting my levels get a little high for what I'm doing. I'm sort of at peace with that, especially given all the berserkers. I don't know. Anything that, you know, one could take away from the idea of a 4-job Fiesta playthrough by saying you overleveled. I think it's taken away by the fact that if the alternative was grinding, then this is better. And I think I can stand by that. I don't remember which one's the right path, and that's definitely the wrong path. That's a picador type scenario, which is awesome. Good music. Somewhere around here is a green beret. It's quite a useful equip at this point. Um, oh, I don't want to fight this. I'm going to run for the... Wait, should I not run? Oh, I should run. We're going to want a chicken knife later on. So, late game, there's 2 hidden items called the Brave Blade and Chicken Knife. The Brave Blade is stronger if you never run away, and the Chicken Knife gets stronger every single time you run away. It's much easier to cap the Chicken Knife than the Brave Blade. Plus, the Chicken Knife can be used by more classes. The Chicken Knife does have the significant drawback of... it has like a 50% chance of making you run away instead of attacking. Oh, this is backwards, right? Yeah. The Brave Blade doesn't have any of the drawbacks. The problem is, when you pick the Brave Blade, if you run away after, it still gets weaker. And so it can feel like kind of a diminishing return situation, whereas the chicken knife only gets stronger. It's easier to manage, and for a lot of reasons, it is better. I'll probably want the chicken knife, which means I should feel like I can run away from battles whenever I want. It's ultimately going to be better for my run in the end. I forget how it interacts with Berserk. Like, does Berserk still have the chance of making you run away? I don't know. But Berserkers can use knives. So, should I go down the last hole? I think I will. Oh, it's the same hole. That's not fun. Okay. Oh, but it doesn't go to the same place. Where the hell is this taking me? I think the save point leads to the rest of the dungeon, though, so this part's all just kind of interconnected. Okay, this is right. So where's this go? Oh. I should have known that. So was it the second door was the way forward? I think it was. I think I might have Galuf use frost rods on the boss of this area, because otherwise this fight's gonna be sucky. I don't mean to completely cheese everything, but there are a lot of ways to cheese everything in this game. A lot of runs are made possible by the cheese. That being there. Did I get the green beret that I thought was here? Is that somewhere else? Okay. I think I've been everywhere up to this point. We have nothing really to recover here, so. Those shields are paying off big time. I'm kind of surprised at how many attacks we've blocked. Golly, good fight. I never got any of those thrown items from the ship graveyard. I want that box. I think I'm on track to get that box. I don't know if it's samples, but the trumpets in the music are neat, and there's a different kind of harmony. Oh, that doesn't work anymore? But I want that box. What about if I... I don't know what I'm doing. I thought I knew what I was doing, but I do not. But we'll just screw around until we get the stupid box. It'll be great. Okay. That's all I needed. Oh my god. Okay. So yeah, there was a translation. I think I said it about the crew dust. I think it was probably the PlayStation one because that was the worst official translation of this game so far, where they called them cool dust and kind of missed the point. I think I remember them being called cool dust or crew dust from way back when it was like. For me, I say way back. A lot of people still prefer playing the game this way, using a translation patch on the old Super Nintendo ROM. They attacked for like 2 rounds without killing anything. You know, this is really just showing what unbridled anger does to a person, right? Berserkers are not that effective. I think there's a lesson for all of us here. The enemies are also not very effective. This is straight up stupid, isn't it? There's my box. It was not a green beret. Did I get the green beret and not notice? I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and not care. Maybe it was somewhere else. So this is Liquid Flame. Oh, you're here. Okay, I wasn't paying attention. I don't know when you wrote that. This enemy counters everything, which is miserable for us. Oh my god. I think we're already dead. What just happened? Oh, when it said Y, I thought it was referring to this button, but it was referring to this button because Xbox. Well, you know what? Maybe these idiots can win. They really might be able to, I don't know. Oh, that was unfortunate. It's not like they don't have great damage. When you have a boss that counters everything, you don't really want berserkers. Oh my. Oh. Needed a screenshot of that. It's terrible. This is not getting better. Oh my god. It could run out of magic points. Okay. Oh, an autosave. Hey, that's kind of fun. I didn't know this had autosave. Okay, this time we're not going to push the literal wrong button. I think freelancers can use rods. Like, they can use every equipment, so they should be able to break rods. The problem is, the hand form is immune to ice. So you have to do it while it's not a hand. If I could get one more off, I could win. We won! Thanks to this inanimate carbon rod. I guess, would the carbon rod be a frost rod? Or, no, we didn't get a good item. Whatever. There's, you can get a flame bow, and I think a flame rod in the other form. So we got really the worst of the options, but I don't think. So this is the part where we exit the ship and entered the castle. Oh, hello there, Ixie. I decided to do 4-job Fiesta this year. It's been a bunch of years. Unfortunately, I drew Dragoon as my first job, which you don't get until considerably later. I think now. But Berserker as my second. So I was dragging 3 Berserkers against... You know, Berserkers are never fun, but against that boss in particular, it's pretty stupid. Not to mention the Sandworm later on. Oh, man. Like by the rules, you're supposed to only roll at the crystal. Like I can do my roll for the next one now. Let me do it. Because we've earned it no matter what at this point. So, Bard. We actually don't get Bard yet, so that's also pretty stupid. We got Bard. But later on, I might be grateful for that. Dragoon is already kind of low, bad, right? Berserker is worst. And then Bard, like having a support class with two awful classes, is not actually very nice. So this could have gone considerably better. Yeah, strictly speaking, you are supposed to only roll when you get the crystal. There's been one time when I did it, when I just rolled them out in advance. And you know what? That one time, I modded the game to just literally start with one character in each job and kept them there. Which I liked. I liked that. Like, on that occasion, I had Bard from literally the start of the game. Bards can be good, yeah. Bards can do some nice things. Ultimately, I think, especially with Dragoon and Berserker, I'm probably going to be pretty grateful for that Bard later on. So we fall from the crystal room, attached to the ship, into a prison cell, if I recall correctly. Is this where you fall into the prison cell, or is that... I think it is. It doesn't make any sense. Isn't there like a moment here where you get to re-equip? No? Oh. You know, I need to... Okay. I got no Bard. Well, I guess my jobs just don't change yet. No, they don't. Okay. So, I can save like this. Maybe I ought to, turn off encounters. That's pretty cheaty, but... I don't know. I don't want to miss the encounters, but... I would like to get all the treasure. There's a couple good things, and you still have to fight the monsters in the chests. I don't know. I don't feel too bad about it. Isn't that fun? It occurs to me, yeah, he has no weapon on. They did something to the music here. It's different from the original. And I'm not talking about just the usual type of instrumentation changes. Something substantially different. Ribbon. That's actually really neat. So as long as we got a freelancer around, we may as well. I like that spell animation for Arrow a lot. I guess it's not the first time seeing it, but it looks cool. Spell animations are one of the things you end up getting to appreciate the most in these pixel remasters. And yet, I have no mages. I wish it was me getting to use them, you know? Nothing. Is this... Oh, it does go somewhere. Okay, I wasn't sure if I was taking myself on a wild goose chase. There's like... Besides the ribbon, one nice thing is Asuna, which I think I remember where it is, but there's also like an extra elven mantle here, if I recall correctly. Oh no, there's a mangoche, is what it is. Oh, and an elven mantle. Okay. Elven mantles are very nice. They can be useful. But if I recall correctly, there's a mangoche, a dagger that gives you an evasion chance. That's kind of the hot thing to get here. Hot thing to get. Haha, burning castle. Funny. Really funny. Oh, you berserkers, you suck. MTG? Are we talking Magic the Gathering? Are you talking about Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering? Because that's a thing now. Were we talking about that? I don't know if we were talking about that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I can make myself interested in Magic the Gathering anymore. I had a friend a couple years ago um, who just newly had gotten interested in Magic the Gathering. And and he wanted to play with me so badly. He said, "I'm going to buy you a set." And he bought me one of the planned decks. I don't really know how people play with them, but there's like a deck that's like intended to be played as is. And a few extra cards or something. And like when I played Magic the Gathering, I think I was about 13. Like it was way before it was cool. That's for maybe it's never cool. You know what I mean? The mainstream uncool. When would that have been? I think I would have been done by 1995. Like I think it was 93 and 94. Oops, I did something stupid. I think it was 93 and 94. I was probably playing. There's not... There actually is a lot that's the same over that span of time when I think about it. There's a lot of new abilities that I don't really know what they are. But, you know, that friend really wanted me to play Magic the Gathering with him, and couldn't hold my interest. So, like, what are the odds that I could become interested for the sake of the Final Fantasy cards? I kind of doubt it. I don't... Plus, it's not like I want to start putting the money into it, if that's a thing. I don't think it's for me. I don't think there's any way it can be for me. Why did Galef's heal staff not do anything? Am I missing something? I didn't attack the enemy again, did I? Mangosh is awesome. Maybe if I give it to the Berserkers, they'll stop missing. Maybe I should seriously consider that. It's actually an attack boost. Okay, yeah. The basic rules are the same. It's an entire different ballgame these days. Referring to the things that aren't the same, or are you more just poking fun at the fact that they've released the same thing for 30 years? My interest has changed as well, and by that I mean, like, when I see Magic cards, I'm now like, ooh, look at the art. I never cared about the art before. Okay, one of these is Asuna. Changing it up sometimes is freaking silly, yeah. That worked. They do a good job of changing it, yeah. That's the same message again. How about that thing? Were you aware of that thing where it was Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, and it's fun. So that's one of the mobile games. They're kind of gacha mobile games, gacha focused mobile games. There was one before that was called the one that starred a librarian. What was it called? Final Fantasy. It was like not Archive. I think it started with B, but it wasn't the stupid airship one. But there was a Final Fantasy mobile gacha game that I played for a little bit. And I kind of liked it, because it was cool that you could build fantasy parties, but it kind of ended up that there was only really... There was sort of a right way and a wrong way, unfortunately, that forced your hand into making a lot of parties you wouldn't want to make. But it was cool, you know, making parties, different characters from different games. For a while, I liked it. It's really quite strange that I can't remember the name. Talk less, Ironclaw. It's... but in Brave Exvius, which is the one after, I never played it, but they had a collaboration, I think more than one, with Ariana Grande, such that they made up a character that was basically an Ariana Grande avatar that was a playable character. Oh, it's so funny. Are there extra fights here if I wanted extra fights? Or were the only chess only... Oh no, I was going to say, or were the only fights in chess? Evidently not. I'm going to just run out of here after this. I think I got to fight all the different enemies if that mattered, and it doesn't. Yeah. I think at the time, I think I was using Twitter at the time. And I remember everyone being like, look at this. Finally, the Square Enix / Ariana Grande collaboration we were waiting for. I didn't realize we were waiting for that. I wasn't waiting for it. I don't know. And it wasn't named Ariana Grande or anything. It's like they made up a character and they showed her like sitting there watching the developers work on the character or something like that. I remember seeing it. I remember when Lady Gaga was starting to become cool. You were a Lady Gaga stan. So I gotta ask if you especially like Ariana Grande. Okay, Beastmaster doesn't help us. Still like Gaga. Geomancer. Super. No Dragoon? Is that later? Oh my god. What it does mean is I can change one of my Berserkers back into a Freelancer because they are now the placeholder for Bard. Strange as that sounds. One FF card that absolutely tickles me. Please tell me. All that Berserk time and we didn't even learn the Berserk ability? Okay. Google's Valor. Another Aerith, and she's good. I'm gonna look up Moogle's Valor. I don't think I understand it. For each creature you control, create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with one lifelink. I understand everything there until lifelink. Then creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. Like literally all of your creatures become indestructible? I like the little quote on it, that's cute. Oh, but one version doesn't have the quote. The art on that one's cuter. One of them has better art, one of them's got a cute quote. Life leech, basically. The quote is important. It's your favorite part of the game. Yeah, I don't disagree with you from my experience. I remember ones where there were like monsters where there would be like someone saying like a certain warning about how you treat that monster or whatever, and I used to find those kind of funny. So yeah, I think I can get behind that. The quote is important, but one version of Moogle's Valor doesn't have the quote. But the art's a little bit, it's more cartoony than the other one. The fact that there is a card that is a Moogle's Valor is itself kind of funny, I gotta say. I didn't think Moogles were known for their valor in most cases. Maybe that's maybe I've missed something. The FF6 Moogles were valorous, and you got those Moogle Knights from Tactics Advance. That's the one you have. Oh, life. Oh, so Is it when the Moogles attack, if they do damage, you gain that much health? That's pretty cool. Not a typical Moogle. Taken Mog as a general. Yeah, I don't know. There's a thing in Final Fantasy VI, like he says the reason he joins you is because Ramuh came to him in a vision, which has to suggest there's something special about him, either by some sort of predestiny or something. I don't know. And Umara listens to him. That's true. Yes. Yes. He can't be a typical Moogle. It wouldn't make sense. I wonder if I should go grab a flame rod. Or 2, or 3, or 4. More of a natural leader than a military one. Yeah, it's like maybe Ramuh picked him because he was a potent Moogle, or maybe there's a matter of he's just special. So could be either. Do you remember I made that Final Fantasy VI hack? It was like a 1-byte hack. Kinda. Where the event flag that triggers Lone Wolf changes so that it's after beating Kefka at Narsh, which let you recruit Mog way earlier, like before you went to Zozo, you could get Mog. What was really neat was how much of the game seemed to work. There was no opera text for him, but otherwise there was nothing really different about it. And, you know, he didn't appear in party selection environments. Like, well, he would appear on the airship, but he wouldn't appear in Narsh. So, I don't know. It was weird. I had this theory that maybe at some point in development, it was intended that Mog was supposed to be recruited earlier. I don't know. Every so often... Okay, this is so unrelated to Final Fantasy, but it's just one of those things where you start to get a sense of how the movie's direction took place, or the work, because it could be a game too. But on the weekend, we watched the Dogman movie, because my oldest son wanted to watch the Dogman movie, and it was bad, because a lot of kids' movies are bad. I have little interest in watching it again. But I really had the sense as I watched that movie, like they were adapting Dogman books, which I did read with my kids when they were younger. And, like, it was very much the first and third book. And, like, the second was, like, mentioned in the background. And there were a couple of events that happened in the movie where it was, like, they talk about that before it's happened. And it really seemed like the director's vision for the film must have changed over time. I really had that sense. I think that happens with games a lot too. They have ideas for development, but it changes. You could probably find a lot of it in Final Fantasy VII, because that game sometimes it doesn't know where it's going. Which is not calling the game bad. I don't mind a thematically incomplete game. I play Saga Frontier, so games that have some wonkiness to them don't generally bother me. The game would literally have been over before it started if it weren't for Mog and his crew. Yeah, that's true. Hey, picture if Mog just friggin' joined up with Terra. If Ramuh came to him in a vision. It could have happened earlier. That game would have felt way easier. There is a Final Fantasy III hack, Final Fantasy VI hack, that I haven't played. I will certify. Haven't played it. But it sounded so cool. What was it called? It was called like Divergent Paths or something. And it was based around the idea that when Sabin jumps off the raft... The idea might have been that Sabin doesn't jump off the raft. But it rewrote the three scenarios part of the game in a way that kind of made a lot of sense. I thought. It was an interesting idea. Interesting set of ideas. I kind of would like to play that. Which way am I supposed to go here? Oh. Yeah, Mog is definitely the real hero. I like Mog. My friend who does the splatter art, so I got a splatter art back there of Mega Man and the Black Mage. I think we talked about it one of the last times you were in my stream. My friend who does this does a lot of kind of this kind of pixel-based splatter art. Some of them are clean line, but they're all video game things. He makes with Pokemon and whatnot. On a couple of like the Games Done Quick occasions, he's produced canvases that are the charity donation things, the donation incentives. One time when they had a Final Fantasy 13 run, for example, he had a canvas up. And as part of that, the one he gave away was a Mog one. It was pretty neat. I thought it was really cool to have, I don't know, to know someone that produces artwork that goes in GDQ. Not that that's some amazing platform for artwork, but, you know, just a cool thing people can contribute to. And a Mog painting would be kind of sweet. The other day I saw that friend, and one of my kids asked him for something specific. What did he ask? He asked for a Meta Knight. He said he really wanted a painting of Meta Knight, so I think that's in the pipes. It's kind of funny how fast the freelancers are compared to the berserkers. Oh, okay. Whoops. I was like, where does that other door go? But I think there's a door in this dungeon that takes you, like, out that I don't want to hit. I don't remember exactly. Ah, okay, that does absolutely nothing, and now we have to fight the book a third time, because I'm bad at wayfinding. It's funny, it's resetting my actions when the new book monster pops up. I don't remember that being a thing, but it's been about 7 years since I played this game. Now, some of the games I've been playing recently, like Valkyrie Profile, I literally haven't played in over 20 years. This is a certain amount fresh. This guy can be a big jerk, but I'm not expecting it to be a big problem. He's using Magic Hammer, which does absolutely nothing to us. Him casting Protect is a little bit annoying. I could use a flame rod if I wanted to accelerate this a little bit, but I don't think it matters. If things get desperate, I'll throw out a flame rod. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that's no good. This isn't... This is pretty manageable. There's some parties for whom this is hard. Our healing is gonna get sticky, I guess. As sticky as Galif and Bart's. Oh. This is... You might call this sticky, yeah. This would be reasonable to call sticky. I had said if things got desperate, I might use a flame rod. Yeah, okay, it might be time. It might be time. Let's see if we can flame rod this situation. Oh, we're dead. Okay. That'll be fun. I think a flame rod might be called for here. The Berserkers are just awful. Like, they're missing so much. We seem to have no way to mitigate the Breathwing. I don't think his AI is so advanced that we're gonna see big change. So I'm gonna do the Flame Rod here. Yeah, okay. Uh-oh. Where's my healing rod at? Healing staff. Am I looking right past it? There it is. Well, worse things have happened. And if you're gonna kill someone, kill the character that's slowed, I guess. So Galif is confused, which means he's attacking my party members. But he's equipped with the healing staff, which means every time he does that, they get healed. This is almost sort of optimal as far as bad situations go. Although this drain is becoming a headache. He's healing more than I'm damaging. Kind of thought the Flame Rod was going to make this trivial, but it sort of hasn't. Oh, she's dead. This drain sucks, man. Stop doing drain. Oh, awful. There's another game I was playing where... Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, this is terrible! That went about as wrong as it possibly could. Holy crap. He really is healing more than I'm damaging. That's... I wonder if there's something in his AI that makes him drain more when he's lower. The AI in this game is fairly simple, but enemies do have scripts. Okay, that sucked. What should we do? Maybe just try a little longer and Flame Rod later. Could the Flame Rod possibly make a good weapon? Like, is it also Fire Elemental? Oh no. Did I fix that? I don't want to whack him with a katana. The slow effect is pretty nasty too, eh? Oh, never mind. Okay, I'm glad Confused missed. Oh, he cast Protect considerably later this time. I guess there's not really a better option for her. Oh, that's awful. I have one high potion. I'll throw it on her, keep her alive a little longer. She's not very good on the offense, and I don't think that slow wears off, unfortunately. Oh, no. He said Arg. Hey, we won. Cool. That was a tricky one. I think that was a tricky one. Maybe this is just the door I was thinking of that goes to earlier in the dungeon. No, this wasn't it. Although it's funny, isn't it? We go down, 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 and it takes us up to basically the top of the library. I actually really want to use this healing pot. Okay, I used a high potion there. That seems to be an asset. I wonder if they're purchasable. I haven't shopped in a bit. I probably will be shopping in the near future because I'm going to be gaining access to the high seas. The highest of seas. Oh, that's funny. She dodged the healing rod. Healing staff, whatever it's called. Twice. Oh, we get access to, well, it's classified as an axe, but it's a scythe, it's Death Sickle. We're gonna be able to get those soon. They're like a rare drop that isn't that rare or something. Like, they're pretty attainable. And it's kind of funny how often you can cheese a boss in this game. Well, I talked about the cheesing earlier. Like, there's a lot of different kinds of cheese. So much cheese. You sell high potions? I don't want to spend all my money. No, you don't even. Wow. That battle would have gone differently without a high potion. I think. I didn't play the piano here. It's a lot better than I was my third time playing piano. Oh, I can't believe we're stuck with these awful, awful classes for so much longer. Actually, I think we could technically get Bard soon. Because it's one of the 2 fire crystals we didn't get. So once we get our black chocobo, we get, I think it's Ranger and Bard then? Or is Ranger... I think that's right. So we would get a Bard rather soon, depending on where I drive this thing. I feel like I had a little highway hypnosis for a second there. I slept well last night. Maybe I'm getting nostalgic seeing all these children hitting their grandparents. My children do not hit their grandparents. In fact, my children are seemingly past the age where they hit each other for the most part, which is great. Every so often, there's a fit of rage, usually spurred on by Minecraft. So. It's funny that they did this detail. That thing with the 4 stones, that forest with the 4 stones in it, a new stone appears, I think it's for every seal, every crystal. And it changes throughout the game, but your only real opportunity to view it and visit it is after 2 crystals. I don't know. It's interesting that they did that, but it doesn't matter very much. Are these enemies going to be tough? Oh, I just realized I'm dumb. I thought that Lena was guarding against the healing staff, but she was guarding against him punching her. Because I hadn't re-equipped Galuf after the boss fight. That's really cool. Lightning Scroll. Those are probably not going to be very useful. Where do I actually want to go with this thing? Where is, well, maybe I should go to Crescent Island and get Bard. It's probably smart. I am quite excited to eventually have fewer berserkers, so there's not a lot you can do sailing around. You can go to Jakol nice and early. Doesn't matter for us, I don't think. These enemies look funny. Look at the outlining on the Sahagins. Like, it feels like the dark green should be darker? I know they don't really do black outlines on the enemies, but it feels like they sort of clash with the background to me. I'm not known for my keen design sense, though, so I should probably just shut up. Where is Jakol? Getting those death sickles would be pretty sweet. Prior versions of this game had weirder ATB bars. This game had an unusual take on the ATB system. And while I'm sure it hasn't changed, the way it's displayed has. Like, instead of being a bar that fills from 0 to 100%, it would start with a certain amount based on your speed stat, and everyone's would increase by the same amount. It didn't show it like progression. This is the first time I remember seeing it like that. Although maybe that was in the advanced version. Like, why am I remembering this? It must have been that way in the advanced version. Aren't we all thankful for the invention of the ATB bar? Good invention. You think I... Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I thought I don't need very much healing right now, and I may as well have Glyph contributing on the offense. What the crap? I believe he said, what the crap. How do you get pollinators? without any wind. This is lesson 4? There's probably a couple we can get to in the near future. Like, we can go to the town of Licks, Yacole, History. Teaching me songs. This is going to be the same song, I believe. Oh, that doesn't do anything. Okay. I'm probably supposed to have played another piano at this point from the other towns I was just mentioning, because there are kind of a lot we can get to right now. I thought there was something hidden around in this town that for some reason, I think was, like, worthwhile. No? Nothing worthwhile? What a useless little bird. Such great gameplay, music, and everything. Such disappointing story and characters. Referring to this game? I wasn't paying attention. I thought it was supposed to run. Why didn't it run at all? Yeah, fine. Yeah, they try to give the characters moments. I've known people who really liked them. But it's not like 6 and 7. And in its defense, I don't think it tries. Like, I think this game is a game of mechanics, so... Bard and Ranger. Okay. So we have a certified bard now. We need more songs. Well, that sounds different. It's supposed to be huh. They changed the sound. I don't exactly remember my destination. I can do Jacole. I think it's pointless. I mean, they have some stuff in the shop. And those huge guys with axes. But, I can go to history. I can go to these places and play pianos, but I don't think that's any form of progression. History, yeah, there's a song here. Oh yeah, speaking of song, now that I have Bard, I need to set up my Bard. Why is our party in a different order all of a sudden? Oh, you know what else that means? We can have two bards. We can get rid of one of the berserkers. I don't like this party order. Sure, whatever. So... This looks pretty good to me. We need more robes, apparently, and a better dagger. Maybe we can find one in one of these towns. Our abilities are just awful, but maybe Bard will start giving us something. We can have a bunch of singing berserkers. It'll be really cool. No high potions still. Nothing too exciting. This is where you would go to get Ramu. Oh yeah, I forgot about the super duper expensive rings. Yeah. They're useful. I don't know if I'm gonna grind those now. Poke, poke, poke. Got a song. We like that. Okay, this area was dumb. We're not going to get anything for fighting Ramu. It sort of feels like we should. I don't know. Here he is. Yeah, the stop effect works on a lot of enemies. Even when it seems like it shouldn't. The bards feel really fast, and I know they are, in fact, only moderately fast, but they feel really fast. They're weak, that's for sure. So, oh, that didn't work. Okay, well, that worked. What else do I want to do? What is the next thing you're supposed to do? Go talk to them at the temple? really like to get that Death Sickle. I think I'm going to walk to Jakul. Or I could go to Licks, like I was saying earlier, which doesn't have too much for me right now, but it's nice to get another Bard song. Is that his house? I think the stores here are cheaper. Yeah. They don't have high potions, but they're cheaper. I guess I don't need to buy ethers yet, because there is a chance I'm going to have no use for them in this whole run. So far, I got 3 characters with no magic. Trash for me. Also trash for me, which I can barely believe, but... Since we have the ribbon, the Green Beret is bad. Hard to believe. I think this, if I remember correctly, this might be the only time in this game that this song is used. And I remember this song fairly distinctly from, again, the old and early internet days. In part because there was a vocal rendition of this song on one of the Final Fantasy V albums, either Pray or Love Will Grow. And so I had heard this song before the video game MIDIs started being circulated the way they were in 1994, 1995. And so I remember finding the Music Box song. It doesn't play much of a role in the game. I don't know. It's kind of important, but I think this is the only time you hear it, and it's optional. If I say important, I guess that can mean different things. I guess I didn't even check for a piano in history, did I? There's an inn here. Does the inn have a bar? No. I should remember to come back here and spend a bunch of my money on, Phoenix Downs. Okay, I'm going to head toward Karnak. I think I want to pick up a little bit of better bard equipment, because they don't have any robes. And they can't apparently wear real armor. not here. Did they have any kind of knives? Amazing. Maybe I should grab a couple of these. That feels silly that I had that on. Whatever. I mean, that's an upgrade. It's probably not going to make some dramatic difference. I wonder if history had a piano. Feeling a little bad about my decisions now. I think I'm supposed to go to the library, honestly. I think that is the next stop. You go to the library, you do the sandworm, which I'm kind of dreading because Berserker. And, what do you do after that? So this area is quite optional. There's these tough enemies around. They're called Bio Knights or something like that, and they just keep casting Bio Soldier. What would that do? Are they the guys that drop the death sickles? I think they are. I don't know. And there's this cave of tough enemies nearby as well. There's not really a whole lot of prizes. There's a Blitz Whip, which is a whip upgrade. We don't really have a whipper other than our Freelancer. And our last job, by Volcano rules, is guaranteed to be an Earth Crystal job. So, what is that? Samurai... I don't know, something weird. Chemist? Could get Chemist. A lot of people really like Chemist. I don't... This is maybe weird to say. I don't think I've ever seriously played a Chemist through this game. They allow a form of buffing that breaks a fair chunk of the game. And debuffing. Some really good debuffs. Hey, now's a good time to play this game. They got the 4-job Fiesta going on. Still supporting some kind of charity. Oh, no, now I feel like a bit of a nincompoop. Well, that sounds good. And that sounds good for now. This is interesting because We might want this eventually. I think we might want one Coral Sword, because there's a boss coming up that's lightning weak, and so putting it on Galuf would be pretty awesome, actually. There didn't seem to be much of interest here. Should I do the cave? So if you just keep applying Romeo's Ballad, the enemies, in many cases, don't get actions, which is pretty busted. I don't think I want the Blitz Whip bad enough to go in there right now. But I'd like the Death Sickle I was talking about. Let me do a move where, like, there's a bestiary built into this, right? Is it the Bio Soldiers who... Oh my god. Those are bosses. Here we are. They do not drop... They drop a Warhammer. Where... Are the death size something completely different and I'm misremembering? Maybe that's true. So, I think I might have forgotten a piano in history. I'm going to check that, and then I guess I'm going to go to Temple of the Ancients. Am I going to do Sandworms? I need to wrap up reasonably soon. I think I'll give the Sandworm a couple tries at least. Maybe I can win first try. Why be pessimistic, right? I just, was there a pub in this town is kind of what I'm forgetting. Maybe not. And I could probably go back to Crescent. Okay, there's not. I could probably go back to Crescent and get another song now that I've played more pianos, too. I can just fly around the corner of this square map. It's possible. What's possible? What did I say was possible? A lot of the time, as you could probably expect, I am just babbling, so... Does this place have a piano? That would be weird. No. Oh, first try Sandworm. Yeah, no, I think that's actually probably pretty reasonable. If I were really concerned, I could throw some rods or something. I don't know if Romeo's Ballad works against the Sandworm. That would be pretty cool. Okay, I can't apparently get other songs right now. I thought you could get a couple other songs early in the game. We're getting some. Okay, we're gonna try Sandworm. There's a part here where, at least in previous versions of the game I've played, I don't know if it's a mistranslation or just bad info, but Sid and Mid tell you, like, don't use magic on the Sandworm. It turns out there's nothing wrong with using magic on the Sandworm. What you don't want to do is multi-target on the Sandworm, because targeting the holes causes a gravity effect on you. With some parties, it's still a good option. Like take the counters, because you'll pile on the damage so effectively. But I don't think that's... I don't know. There's a lot of people I think that would want to not do that. Let's have a healing pot. So after Sandworm, we go into some of the Earth stuff. There's like a weird teleport thing that happens. And then I guess it's not too long before... Oh, cool. Before we get our Earth Crystal jobs. Which for our purposes means we get to start using Dragoon, but will very likely also mean we get to use Chemist or Samurai or something. Getting Samurai sure would be weird. Yeah, getting a Samurai would be so strange, because like we'd end up with Berserker, Dragoon, Samurai, and Bard. 3 physical jobs. 3 somewhat tanky physical jobs. And a support job. It would be strange. Yeah, if you use any magic on the Sandworm, you'll be sorry. Total lie. Oh, good. Friggin' nincompoop. They forgot to put the Sandworm in the game. Oh, there he is. Does this work? No. Oh, and it triggers gravity. That sucks. Okay. Oops. That was literally a targeting error on my part. Okay. I'm being an idiot. I'm gonna have some gravity going on anyway because Berserker, but... Is that the one that does, yeah, flat 60? Very unusual. Okay, I think we might want some rods. Oh. I'm gonna do it anyway. I think... I think we're screwed, so we're just gonna see what happens. Didn't other versions of the game have more holes? I feel like there used to be 4 holes. This is so bad. Can you believe Bartz keeps surviving that nonsense? Oh my goodness. That was bad. The FF gods will hear. That was not elegant. Oh my goodness. Yeah. What do I do with this? That was, like I'm badly hurt. And I used up a fair bit of, rods. I don't think there's anything desperate, though. What do I want to do? Should I use the healing rod? Or I'll just pop the Ashura back on. We'll just ram these... Run through these... Oh, that was dumb. Okay. Run through the enemies. Go to the healing pot. Everything will be cool. Nothing here can actually hurt us, right? I'm trying to give some famous last words while I can. Yay for positivity. Thank you. Yes. Yes, positivity wins in this case. These guys use the transfusion move, which is they kill themselves to fully heal an ally. The only thing significant about these enemies that I remember is trying to control them to get the move for my blue mages, but we've got a 0% chance at blue magic in this game, so yeah. It does simplify the battles a little bit, I guess, because they sometimes kill themselves when their allies don't even need healing. Yay for positivity. I wonder where those death size are that I was thinking about. Like blue magic? Yeah, we don't get blue magic. The Earth Crystal doesn't come until like after Archaeoavis, right? Like it's quite a bit later. Desert Killer. They kill deserts. That was unusual. And then these enemies you remember because they're really strong when you use them with catch with a Beastmaster. We don't get Beastmasters. I don't remember ever seeing that before, and now I've seen it twice. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Probably worth a while. It really seems like the bards were being disproportionately targeted there. You don't get to do anything else in that desert. So you get to do this, it's related to the Earth Crystal, but it's not the Earth Crystal. The city of cutscenes. I think that's what it's officially called, the City of Cutscenes. But it connects pretty quickly to the spot near Crescent that I believe is called Catapult. Was that a Simpsons reference? What reference did I make? Oh my god, I can't even keep track of the things that I myself am saying lately. My Simpsons references have gotten out of hand sometimes, though. Sometimes I just kind of assume that my kids know The Simpsons and start making Simpsons references at them, and it doesn't work. They know some. Recently I said to someone, one of my children, I said, I had reason to say, discarded pizza boxes are an inexpensive source of cheese. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I had heard that before The Simpsons, but I do know it from The Simpsons. Anyway, I said I said to my kids, I think we were just doing the recycling or something. And I said, discarded pizza boxes are an inexpensive source of cheese. And they just kind of looked at me for a while. I think I say enough strange things that they don't think anything I say is strange. So for them to have that reaction is interesting. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Yeah, I had definitely heard that before Max Power. So if he can hear them, why doesn't he call out to them? Oh, that looked cool. I wonder how those guys plan to get home. But they actually do call this place Catapult. Like in the original version of the game, I'm pretty sure it was unnamed. But I remember it being referred to as Catapult. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Confused Black Chocobo. Ugh. You have to do this? Again, the music has changed a lot, and this is interesting. What's up with that? I've never played a Final Fantasy game. Better than watching the Final Fantasy Mystic Quest guys shrugging animation. Does this go directly into the Cray Claw boss fight? I think it does. This is where we want the Coral Sword. Pretty good. Okay, so it works at least some of the time. Oh, that was really easy. Okay. Sure. There really wasn't that much after the ruined town. I could go back to Jakol. I could do the Jakol cave. I don't really remember what's. Oh, you know what you have to do? You have to fly over the part where, yeah, the ruined town, and it like the thing rises up. Hopefully, I don't have to fight anything out of the gate. I don't think I do. I think I have to figure out a way to beat the Soul Cannon. But I do think I'm going to be done before I proceed here. I'll just let this finish and then get to a nice save point. Actually, I need to do something that makes it so the airship can fly higher to get to that, if I recall correctly. I think you go to a meteor boss or something. Which means I think I actually have to go back to Crescent, as weird as that sounds, back to Catapult. Literally the last thing I did. But I think I'll save right here and just be done. I wish I had better equips. This is about as good as it's going to get right now. Okay. I'm not very well healed, that's for sure. I didn't think about that. But you know what? If I remember correctly, you get a forced rest really soon. Yeah, I think it's time to call it. Thanks for talking to me. I just did that. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it for now. Act like it's a normal workday. Just kidding. No, there's reasons I can do what I'm doing today. Would definitely watch again. Okay, then. Well, there's more to this, right? I have to finish this game. This one, I have a pretty generous time limit. I think when you do 4-job Fiesta, for charity purposes, you are... So what is the term on this thing? You gotta do it by... Is it end of September? I don't remember. But like they keep track of who finishes, and it only counts before a certain date. a lot of their events are like monthly, and there's a lot of games where I can't find the time to beat an RPG in a month. But this will be fine. It runs through the summer. In fact, I have something else I want to do, and it's something that Ixie, who's in the chat, is going to appreciate. And probably think is a little bit stupid, but you're going to appreciate it anyway. I can talk about that more another time. For now, I'm going to go. Thanks for hanging out.